Hello blonde folks, welcome and welcome back to Gnomes. Important day today because changing of activities. Slight change, right? Upgrade. We are getting more into the world building of this. That will be the 3D webcomics revamp. Previously I was doing with Dorothy and another character that only existed in 2D on that Miho, right? So now it's Miho and, well, this is Dorothy. And so I was doing the web comics, right? You can see that I've made 3 posts in my, not posts, videos, right? 3D web comics, now scene 5, but that was audio-visual. This will still be audio-visual. It will be on YouTube, but I'm researching this kind of aesthetics that is like a bit like manga. Of course, every render here I'm growing, I'm improving this stuff. We need to adapt every shot, every rendered frame. We need to do some stuff here because to get the best of the lighting, also because it's very hard to get the characters' expressions to look good. And yeah, every time we need to readjust here. I'll show you a bit how this works. So currently this is just an essay. This is not even a place that I'm gonna use. It's just for the some tests here. Here already the experiment that shows that image textures actually work alongside with this compositing technique. So for example, here what we get is this is a image texture already, a material that procedural material that I was already using, and so it works. This is not even a material that it's just the blank stuff. So you see, whichever material usually already works with these compositing nodes. And also anything that here, any material that has some shading node, like for example glossy and stuff like that, they will respond differently to the lighting. And this is very, very interesting because then, for example, this hair, of course the color of the texture also matter. If it's an emission shader, also I think does matter. These things are emissions, so I think that's why they are bright. But so many things matter. And the hair, if I'm not wrong, her hair has got some the material, right, the shader editing. So the problem is when I made those materials, I was not thinking on this type of rendering. So it's likely that I need to make revamp special all sorts of materials for these aesthetics. But it's okay to reuse materials, right? You see, this seems to be working, but we can probably get better results if we focus, right? Probably I would need something for the eyes. Probably if I make emission for the eyes, this could be nice. This is EV render engine. So here I'm not doing dual compositing, it's just one scene, because I want a big deal here is to be able to see this in real time, right? It's kind of cool, right? And okay, so you see that the materials, the surface react differently to lighting because of their materials. And so this jacket has some bumps, and here for some reason this light is not helping me see these bumps. I think this light has something special. Let's see what is different here. Normalize exposure. No. So I don't know why this light is not making this stuff respond. Maybe it's this radius. Oh yeah, see, so yeah, there's some glitch here, problem in the skinning here, but this is actually the volume loss and some helper bones, the dual quaternion skinning, preserving the volumes. Or actually yeah, and some problems with the helper rig that is not completed. So you see that, okay, so I'm experimenting. So the actually thing is that we need some dancing lights all the time, like to be making these shots, like to in this case I'm just moving these two. So I have a sunlight, I have a spotlight, and then I have the colors. They are all white here. I don't care because of this rendering. So the compositing, and yeah, this light, I think there's something different. One has soft fall off, so I think this one, let's make the jacket react. There's the, because it's very beautiful when it reacts to lighting. There, I think we start to see it's not just grain stuff. It starts to have the effect of the bumps that it should have, right? But I think we can barely see here. Yeah, we can barely see here. It can be better than that, right? So this is why, so this was a happy accident. So that means all the materials, they can be used in some ways. So even the image texture also, it's not its color, but its value, right? If it's bright or dark, it already affects the how it will appear in this stuff, right? Okay, so here now, if I check, for example, of course you should be curious, you might be curious. So here is the what I actually have in this compositing nodes. I'm gonna render here so you'll be able to see. Okay, so you see this is cleaned up because my viewport here is just a question. Yeah, there are a lot of stuff that I need to do here in order to enable. So this is not necessary, but we could mount these samples here for worse performance, right? I'm rendering on 48 samples. I think this is good for smoothing. In the beginning, I was more concerned about the graininess, but now then I ended up willing a bit more of smoothness while preserving some of the granularity. So let's see the render again. Okay, so you see there's areas which are very smooth, and it's very interesting, this conflict between the sharp and smooth. So you see this is very interesting. So shadows, yeah, we want shadows in general. Here I haven't touched, but this should work, right? Advanced, this could be used on occasions for specific render. Like there's a facility. I don't really light threshold. Yeah, so this leave it by default. This I'm not using. I don't know how to use clamping. Ray tracing, yes. So this minimalized. This is very getting the most precision out of this. The default is 1, 2 by 2. Then scale tracing, I think this is default. Denoising, yeah, I've decided to denoise with all these features. And usually this I wasn't using on my latest compositing colorful stuff, stylized, because this caused a lot of problems. And now, however, now this is being beneficial. So I'm using all this stuff here. And here, yeah, again, this, not the default. So more precision and ambient occlusion instead of global light, just a little. And all the things here are, I think, are mostly default. Yeah, this works. Then we have volume. So I'm not using volume, so nothing here will change. I guess nothing here. Yeah. Simplify. Okay, actually, we can turn this, go back to the. Yeah, but this is for the viewport, because here for the render it is here, max subdivision. Okay, so this I'm not using right now, but should be useful. Same as motion blur. Film, very important. So the default is here. This cause a lot of difference. So indeed, we want to. You see here, this is very soft. It's not very interesting. Well, it's good, but let's re-render in the slot 1. And now let's give this minimal graininess. Well, not seeing too much. Yeah, so you see the difference. So this is the graininess, and this is without it. So both are good, but yeah, I'm using the graininess. So this has been proved more interesting for what I'm trying to do. More variety, I think, more possibilities. And then high quality normals, yeah, I'm not sure, but it didn't delay too much. And here just standard, right? All these, probably I'm not gonna be tweaking this because the effects are too crude. They are generic, so this is not to be dumped, right? It's a possibility, but it's like it's probably not necessary because now the light objects have changed a lot in this Blender version. The lights have, each light object has exposure, so this is very interesting, and this allows me to not require this global issue, which is very risky to use, right? So you can solve everything through the light object. So this is very funny now to employ in light objects. They start to become very, very versatile. For example, okay, let's say I have this, but okay, I'm okay crushing the disposition of these lights because I don't need that shot anymore, right? That frame, I already did it. So let's see what we can do with this one. I need to find what they do exactly in terms of the. Let's see. So we have exposure. Yeah, one has soft fell off, one doesn't. One have one. The other one doesn't have. So they can be used in different ways. But I'm still investigating what is better. Let's so this is one. This is very interesting. It's sort of lighting while conserving the. I don't know. I'm still investigating what's better. We can zero this out, so this is very sharp. But if we get soft fall, if we start to grow here, we can see a line. We don't see here. We might be able to see a line of the point light, as if it was a spotlight. But I don't currently. The presence or absence of normalize, I think I can reproduce essentially what it does or not by just leaving it on, but then adjusting the other feature. Exposure, as you see. So this is super useful, right? It's a generic exposure for this light. So it can be a very soft light, right? And power, yeah, we can do everything leaving the power at... yeah, there are certainly... I don't think this power is in watts. Yeah, it is in watts as usual. But then we have this exposure, so this changes everything. So you can just... this is an interesting, yeah, proposition, like a low power and then a higher exposure and then radius. Let's zero this out. Here, of course, nothing will change if we don't have apply fall off to avoid sharp edges. Okay, so this is for the, okay, so this sharp edge is very interesting on occasions, but we're not seeing here. Maybe I need to get this closer to the character. There we go. You see, they're in the leg. They're very sharp. Yeah, I think we need more power to see this in action. Or we need a better... Yeah, it is... There is a range there, right? Yeah, this doesn't have the circle, but the circle is there, right? Is there. It's not like the spotlight, which has a an option for that. So you see some interesting shadows in the background with when this is 0. Let's see if that renders. Yeah, it rendered, but it was a bit unpredictable. Okay, let's get this. And maybe this exposure is too much. Yeah, let's So no, don't worry. Okay, so then soft we can avoid this. So usually we want to avoid it, but it certainly can be useful in certain occasions. Yeah, so you see, we see the I don't have grease pencil line art here. That would improve this. I need to add a grease pencil in it. So let's make a line art, right? Add grease pencil line art collection scene line art, right? And I think they have upgraded it. Where is it? It is here. Okay, so we're gonna get this to, it has a modifier, right? So yeah, it's applying everywhere. This could be dangerous. Here, opacity, this can be useful. We'll see. Line radius, oh, they changed, yeah, they changed this to be radius. So okay, this shows with the camera. Let's find, let's go very close. Yeah, I lose my positioning, but that's fine, for a good cause. Yeah, so this implementation is like bombastic. Yeah, we didn't have this precision before, I think, so this is super cool. And we can actually render the grease pencil with the depth. I think we're gonna try that. I'm not sure how this is done, but the Z-Pass, they're gonna change this soon in the future. There's a depth or something like that. Mist, there's the mist, right? The depth is more like exacting, but it doesn't often do what we need. So now we got this line art. Then we're gonna, this color, yeah, can be black. Opacity, this might matter. Yeah, maybe we can reduce this opacity. Then edge type, this is the most important stuff, so probably want, here I don't remember what we need. Crease threshold, yeah, so these options are a bit tricky to use. We're gonna leave material borders, probably yes. Edge marks, loose, yeah, let's leave like that. And here I don't remember having played with that. Usually some very basic stuff here already do the trick. And so let's see if this render is anything of interest with the grease pencil. This might take a little more time to render. Ah, yeah, very interesting, right? Well, it's not getting exactly making everything better, but it's actually interesting, right? So it's just because we need to play more with that. So let's get this stuff here. Let's see the chat. Okay, just in case. And yeah, let's get to the I think a little less opacity. Let's reduce this. Yeah, like let's try 3 here. And so far in this approach, in this Blender version, I'm using Vulkan. It never crashed because of compositing, so this is very good. Yeah, this is a bit too little, right? So let's augment. Yeah, maybe this is fine. And to compensate, let's reduce this opacity to this. Yeah, so now let's re-render and check this on the, if we want to look on the camera only. So this is what would be the materials, right? Original. And we see that it's cool, but it's like not interesting, right? It's not what I need to render, although we could. There are some interesting results already, even from that. This is the uh, workbench, but we're not using this. It's too limiting because we won't have the procedural materials, unfortunately. Yeah. So here we're gonna need the compositor, just the material preview is okay, on camera, and then we plug the camera exactly in this place. And now we gonna Control Alt numpad 0 for me. Bring the camera to the... Alright, so now we're gonna look at the compositor finally. Sorry folks. So here is the setup that which I have right now. Basically we start with the render layers. I don't have multiple render layers. Maybe I'll need some. So I start with this I've just tested. I was some another artist which was doing compositing. So here's the beginning, right? Starts with this. Then I start with a diamond sharpen. Maybe because of the line art we're gonna improve this a little more now. So this is a filter node, diamond sharpen. Now we can search diamond sharp, it appears directly. It's much better. Before you had to filter, you couldn't find the same for mix, same for add on the color mix, right? All right. So then we, yeah, I have the depth, and this, of course, we need, what we need to do with the depth here. Am I using this correctly? How do I recall the grease pencil? Oh yeah, so this is a question of view layer, right folks? So probably I need a view layer just for new collection. No, this is the view layer here. So I'm gonna call new, and in this one we're gonna just add all right, so it's not like this that it works. Actually it works with a collection. Okay, so I have let's, how do we organize this? So I have world, no, it's not world, it's like environment. Then you have this. Yeah, then I have space. Yeah. Cozzy Shuttle. And link Dorothy. Okay, so we're gonna bring link Dorothy inside this. And here we're gonna, yeah, this will be a scene like this. Then we're gonna, can I change this? Yeah, but no, let's leave it black as it was. Then we're gonna change some stuff here. Gonna move all this to environment, and then here we're gonna take, yeah, this is also environment, but we're gonna add a new collection, grease pencil scene line art. So we're gonna give maybe this color here, and then we're gonna grab this, place it there. There we go. So now when we access the we're gonna check this. We want to disable everything here, and here we want to disable everything that is not Yeah, so here actually move to lights, and this is goes there, and then camera, we probably can add camera as well. And yeah, this color is fine. All right, now we go here, and we're gonna do this, yes. And apparently should it be like that? Yes, it will render on every single rendered object, right? Okay, so yes, this is the like this because of the compositing. That just because I've changed the view, the way it views, but this is temporary. Let's get some render and see what happens. Of course, the rendering is doing this thing. So depth, we gonna we need, yeah, so actually we duplicate this, what I'm doing. So here we're gonna find same scene but degrees pencil, and here, oh yeah, so this other view layer, it needs actually this Z or me, still try both, and but nothing is to happen here. Maybe I need to compose this with the okay, we're gonna mix color here. Could be alpha over, but I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, it's just pure dark, so I'm not being able to fix this, but just a little study that I need to do in order to make this grid span. Still, there's not a lot of content about that, but we're gonna get right. Okay, so it starts out with a diamond sharp, right? But recently I've added this through a conversation, so you have some noise, white noise texture node here already in the compositor. We have this new stuff, so this will make this color ramp update to, so you have some variation. You can change this white to something else, but let's just give this thing like here. Then you have the soft light, that this is actually combining this yeah, so it's a bit ugly here, but the factor here, there are different ways to combine, but this will be here anyways. It will be better. So you see there we have some start to implement something. Of course, maybe the soft light is burning some stuff here. Yeah, so maybe the multiply is better here. Yeah, you see, very interesting graining. I wouldn't have this. So my idea here now is start to find ways to mask these materials of this surface or these silhouettes. And this we need, for example, the view layers, for example. So this masking is something I'm still struggling a lot, but sometimes I achieve and I don't remember very well how I achieved. But it's not too complicated. It's just practice. And now we can add textures, right? Image texture, right? So we can technically we can conceive masks with procedural textures like this directly here. So it's super crazy. Yes. Hold on. I think there is. Okay, let's make a crazy thing here. Let's say that I have a checker texture. Alright, so I have this checker text and then I want to mask it. So I'll have to, I think there is a, what is the ID mask? Create a math for an object or mask. Okay, no, let's say this one. And then okay, this mask is not adaptive, so it's not exactly. Never use this thing. Okay. So the idea would be to is this taking this it's taking the ID, right, of this checker texture, even though it has a different pattern. Okay, it's transforming into and how do then I can do some crazy thing here, I guess. Yeah. So this is the ID value. So anything here. Okay, so it's like, you see this mist pass here of the depth, so I could make it a mask. We have a mask. And now I'm adding a mask only to, of course, we can invert. And voila, now I think the thing is in the sky, but yeah, so Control X. So yeah, so here we got this masking, so that's very good. The mask seems to be, yeah, like 100%, right? Well, there's anti-alias, right? But is indexed one? It's just inverted. Okay, we have an inversion on demand here. And so if I could isolate for, let's say that I have a view layer that is just the character, folks. Just got this idea, right? So we would bring like new here. Dorothy, yeah, just Dorothy. So here that means that we'll do this. I don't know if we need the camera. Probably we need the camera. Maybe we need the lights as well, not sure. But let's say that, let's see what we see here. Why there is nothing? Well, here there is something. Something is wrong with those. Oh yeah, we need to render, folks. Of course, by adding new. Yes, okay, so there's something here, but we don't want... Um, so we don't want this on this view layer, Dorothy, but we want this, right? So we need this. And let's try now. Okay, there it is. So just Dorothy, but there is okay, transparent background for this film. No, filter. Does it? We don't want this background, the world here. There's a way to mask the world, so this is start to get tricky. God, there's no data here of relevant environment. Why the environment is empty? Alright, so one day I'll get good at this, but essentially here I have just Dorothy. That means I can probably get this to this, and okay, if I decide to do some stuff there and what is this index? It's running the materials, of course. So I need to integrate all these things if we would... yeah, we need to integrate... so I can use this maybe, yeah. Interesting, so it did something like this. Yeah, there's even... Okay, let's stop at... Let's stop at 5, right? And then we're gonna batch this. And add, yeah, add forever these things. I think it's add. Or alpha over, I don't know. Mix color add. Add on maximum, yeah, so it's the white that we want in this case. They should make triple adds and stuff like that, right? Quadruple adds. Okay, so see we can sort of compose some materials. I don't know why it didn't pick everything. Probably there are some... Yeah, because the legs are part of the other, right? So there's something left behind. But then you get this big mask. And so he can, in principle, get... But now it's not really work. Then, of course, now there are many ways to achieve the... Okay, we're learning some tricks here. That masking trick will be very, very useful. I need to learn more how to make this... we can do per material. So this is like, if we know the materials, this is why you need to be organized. These materials are a bit chaotic right now to be used, so it's not the ideal condition. We could, of course, invert this mask here, right? Now it's not affecting. Or you could do a gradual, why not, right? That's also interesting, right? So then we have this, right? It just go there. So this is ambient occlusion. So I have two types. It's just a switchable. And these ambient occlusions, they are used in two ways, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm reusing this other one for a cool trick. So we're gonna shift P, we're gonna make this ambient occlusion, right? Here you can say it character mask. So you can see, make view layers just for isolating materials or making masks. So this is the, I think the purpose maybe is that one of the purpose, right? Here is character mask. Here is like Shift P. Okay, so this is called the grain, film grain, whatever. So here color ramp. So here we can adjust from the bases, right? What kind of, we can dump the white or the black, depending on. I'm using cardinal here. I don't, yeah, because we're gonna overlap this. No. Okay, so not sure we need this cardinal here. Okay, because the cardinal is not B-spline, so it's safe. Yeah. The most dangerous here, of course, is B-spline and constant. They can ruin everything, but of course, constant, it can be very good. So then we get a soft light that will mix the result here of the, very important, the generic ambient occlusion with some curve here. Just the basic, we can play with this and have good stuff. Then we have soft light here. I've decided to maximize this. And then we start to dig into, so this one is not being used right now, it's a constant. But we're turning this second one which is not being used here. This color, this ambient occlusion, we are turning it into this. So you see how beautiful this effect is, painterly, right? So we get this as a basis to include into this base. So this is black and white. See, a constant black and white. So the idea is to manually add or multiply in this case, right? But be combining the from the shadows to the lights. Sometimes they will be fusing in other ways, but in principle, so this is at the bottom, this is the dark, the absence of light, and you see the very inkish stuff, right, with a lot of grain, which is not good. But as we multiply, so you start to add these other stuff. So you see I start to paint. So this is a technique that I found to make this kind of combinations. I think there are some tutorials that would work with that, but I think this is more specific, right? Start to mix particular way from the bottomest, which is this, which maybe is a bit too strong, so maybe we might want to make some changes here or not. I don't. So there are many ways we could make other inputs like this of pure black, right? It's occurs that right now I just have this one to work there, and this is fairly enough, right? It's very strong, right? So we don't want to mess too much with this. And here we can decide which, yeah, so as we could make, for example, this thing, right? But because we already have the other black, this we might not totally need, right? So yeah, so this is very radical, so maybe we need to reduce this one. But then it you see the multiply, yeah, there's not enough black here, that's why we need this something like here, right? Very strong. But this comes with the graininess, which might not be very good. This one is cleaner, but then it might take a while until we can get the right. So let's try this. Okay, so start to get this. Then this one I'm not using, but if I were using what it is, what is this? Yeah, it's not a bad result, but it's a combined stuff. It's similar with this, but with more stuff. But instead of adding this, right, I'm just getting already from this one the ambient occlusion. So we can dump this for now, but I'm certain that we can do something else. And now the most interesting part, in my opinion, is that you see that those are dealing with constant, but now we're not dealing with constant. We're gonna use a ease. And so this is here, it will bring multiply with this one, and so which is full constant. So here start to mix. So this is the total crazy of compositing. We're starting to mix sharp stuff, right, with soft stuff, and yeah, and multiply them to a certain threshold. We could do others, plenty of other stuff, but the essence here is to get those. Yeah, so here I tested a lot of stuff according to my experience here, and really what we want here is to add this soft, right? So it's more like a multiply, and because we are going from the blacks to the whites in the grayscale, we don't care about the multiply. Is not too much of an issue here. Sometimes the overlay can be better sometimes, so we can do this this process. And then finally a color balance, which will bring these odd colors for whichever, yeah, that we could have many of these, right, with a switchable thing. Let's try. So here there is nothing. Actually, okay, we need to feed here, right? So we can play here with this. I don't like the excessive graininess, so probably this we inherited from this mask here. So let's see what we can do here. Yeah, so like this stuff here is something that I've got from the last. I need to soften this. It's good, but sometimes it's not even necessary. But it needs to be careful about this stuff. The factor here, yeah, all these masks. We need to be careful about this grayness. Need to soften this. Maybe not handling this will be better at some point. Okay, this is doing nothing. Of course, this is doing something, but it's not. Yeah. So yeah, it's mixing some stuff. So you see this thing, this film grain is needs a little more developments, right? It's destroying some of the concept, but that's fine. It's a work in progress. So here, then let's make some changes here. So here we can black and white if we just take this off. Or we can colorize in variations. Let's maximize here and get the lift will push the shadows, right? The dark color. So here we can decide actually the lift, right? I get for some reason it doesn't seem to be working. Let's reset these colors. Okay, so strangely this lift is not feeding the color. Oh yeah, it was too dark maybe. Yeah. So yeah, it is. Yeah, you see high lift, you see how it is painting. But if you go too dark, it's barely visible. Then gamma, so here we could get, I don't know. Ah, this is still the lift, yeah. So gamma, we could try some teal. But here I'm not exploring this. I've just made that then some yellowish thing. Very bad right now. Too strong. This is the lights. Usually we want more of that. The lift very dangerous to be playing with, but in this approach not too much. So you can go in excess here. Yeah, I'm not having here the best inspiration to do this right now, but you see what we can technically we could play with those color balance, right? So I'm using this one. It's like a sepia thing, I guess, or so this will be to be developed. And of course, if we just give it a little, then this is actually interesting as well, right? Okay, let's return to what works. So sometimes we might want more, sometimes we want less, so this can, it's playable. And this is just one shot, right? Alright, let's return to the view layer, so and try to find another. Okay, it's not very good. So indeed I need to be, of course you need to have access to the lights, otherwise we can't control the very well what how the character will appear. This the idea is to be playing with the this effect. So maybe we can get this sunspot here. It has some effect, right? So can maximize this exposure. The sun is generic, so it can always be interesting. I think this definitely the this thing needs a little more. Maybe we can take this off. Yeah, this is much more likely. So we need to, the mask is still out of problem. It's trying to render some view layers which are not. Let's mute those things and see if that's faster. Yeah, I think that's, no, it's still trying to render those things. Yeah, this is much more interesting. Look at this contours. So I think this is the line art. It's something like that. It's how I was doing previously to this. Let's delete this and maybe get something. Maybe just the presence of the view layers. Ah, it's the combined, right? But how you render without the combine? Can I disable a view layer? Oh, I'm the wrong one, right? Render for, I didn't know this. Okay, this is very interesting. I think this might be new implementation. Only render the active layer, only affects rendering from the interface, ignored for rendering for command line. Okay, so maybe what you can do is like yeah, get all this used for rendering, but when it comes to the view, we want render single layer. Let's do now. Yes, so here we go. So the cool thing now is that, of course, with this setup made, right, making sure that we are indeed visualizing this one. Yes, it is. So this is what we'll be seeing in real time. Of course, with more graininess, because we have a lot more samples, and look at this, right? Very totally different, right? And now we start to have some possibilities. I don't know why the exposure here looks so bad. I think those lights maybe. Okay, let's change the spot. This is overwhelming. Don't remember why she has this problem with the usually. Okay, so maybe it's just too dark. All right, so you see the effect here. These are the bumps on the jacket. So this is shading, right? This is not so much about compositing. So this is where the shading come in hand. Sorry for the leg thing. So this is, I need to address the rigging here. All right, so this is very interesting. So I've got this presented. So what I want to show is that, well, this is what I want to show, but what I want to be doing now, let's retake this soundtracks. Daryl, I want to be making this universe from this rig. It's a linked model, right? You can have the add-on here, which is called, we can directly go back to the character here. If I click this linked collections, there is linked library, edit linked library. Edit override library. So I can go back to the file of the rig without closing Blender. This is the extension, right? Edit linked library. So this is of course great. And then you have to, yeah, extension, add-on, get extension, and add-on, enable, right, in the add-ons, edit link the library here. Yeah. And so then once you complete, any change that I make here would occur back on the scene item. Then we got here, we can return to original file, and it will have been changed here. Let's address these legs here. Also, I did a little thing here because I'm using, every time we need to re-enable, so I've made this plan here just for the script here of the bone manager. So you see it comes with the, I had to open the file, right, save file in this scene file, but it didn't came with the linked. And now I have the rig UI that shows in here. Yeah, so I can control the all this. So for example, let's aim ice track. Is this even working properly? Yes, it is. Just the eyes now are focused there. See? Yeah, and so now these appear like they are linked, right? So there are different colors here. I'm not keyframing anything. Okay, so the best thing, of course, is this stuff, right? Although this stuff too, and plenty of other stuff. Okay, so the rig is in scene is work, and if you want, we can do this from the perspective of the camera, and or even it's quite fast, not even the camera. Always we can hide the camera. Of course, this is like just usually you would prefer this will be a little faster, probably. Yeah, it is faster. Also, I think I have enabled the animation here. Let's turn it off. We go, yeah, disable or scene. And there's other ways to make this faster, like something about some object modifiers that we can simplify for the just for the rendering, not for the display feature. Yeah. Yeah, okay, this is the random posing, not important. Alright, so we can do time to leave. Okay, so now I'm gonna adjust the, yeah, so I need to present here the pet project for the 3D webcomics here. So this scene didn't work. I'm looking for some inspiration. Let's check some stuff here. So basically, of course, like any artist, we have usually we use references from other ideas, other creators. So here we got, for example, I'm exploring the possibility of a Cozzy shuttle, right? That will be kind of old idea that I have, and you see I have some inspirations here. I'm not so much intrigued here by the topology of this place, but certainly something about this interests me, right? The way this is like a home, right? A cozy home that is turned into a starship. So very curious thing that I seen. There some artists start to explore this. There are many ways, but it's very hard to get it, of course, in a personalized way that I would like. So I don't want to do this exactly like that. Of course, I want something more not so much as a home. So I have some, this is a very old DeviantArt of mine. You can see I have some moonlands here, and so here I have a very old CG stuff when I was very noobish as this, and here I even have a solution of topology, but this is also when there were not so many references out there. And so there's some cast of characters here, drawings. Let's see. So this was an approach, but now I'm gonna do something just, there's some different ideas for a bridge here. It's a very crude, very bad stuff, but I remember, the good thing is that I remember that time I was fiercely inspired to do this kind of stuff. So here we have a cast of characters, new scene 2, right? So there's already existed this project, but it was like at this time I couldn't really model not even rig anything. I didn't zero about rig. This is about 1 decade ago. And so, but you see the cast, this at that time I had about 6 characters, 7 and growing for the cast. Now I have like so the iterations kept growing of these archetypes and stuff like that. These characters still exist. You see Dorothy at this time, it was another character. Even the character design is a bit different, but the personality, mostly it was her, the archetype. This one, Polykenaton, it's like she has grown up, like she's like in the future here. It's like maybe 2,000 years later. Yeah, those species, alien species, they live longer, maybe even more than that. But so at that time she was very nervous, anxious person. Now she has changed totally, but it does not mean that this story happened. But the concept, yes. So the Yumiho you see here, she already existed. And yeah, so some shot here. I was trying to compose with 3D, 2D, but anyway, just a concept art. Let's get to see here some image that I've collected. So you see that place that I was trying to model, I was very inspired by this. Currently I've been very inspired, I just can't get it to work yet, by this open bridge thing. I find, yeah, it's the thing that I want to get in this Cozzy shuttle, but it will not be exactly so I'm trying to get this idea, yeah, this concept of an open bridge. It's not open, there's a globe, there's some force field, there's some glass, I don't know, futuristic materials, but these compositions are brilliant. Sci-fi fantasy, right? So it's like super crazy. Of course, the colors matter a lot. There's a planet here, so I have a planet asset, so maybe we can get it to try to compose something like this. So I'm trying to understand what is it, how this happens, how this architecture, what is happening here. So you see there's some dangerous gaps here, but maybe someone cannot fall here. But you see, I tried to compose, but now I see this is not so tall, and the ceiling is very large, larger than the basement, the floor. And of course this is not very refreshing for sitting around, so this is not very good in my understanding. I want this to be a bridge for multiple people, but I want a central thing, maybe not necessarily like this, but we see that in what matters for the compositing here, at least on this illustration here, is the wideness of the ceiling. So there's an envasement, right, a vase, but it is like, so there are areas here which you cannot reach in principle. Maybe we could have some bridge here, but that is another question. The fact is that it is amplifying. So this is what, and then we have this kind of inaccessible, how do you call this? Something like in a stairways you have this, some sort of prevent people from falling, but it's not exactly like this, because if you could fall from here, right? So it is very abstract and very crazy design. Yeah, it's a very large head, right? Very large, like the opening of the brain, and then of course the planet on the ground and space here. So it's totally there's, and then you see like you see like You're walking on this bridge, which the floor is glass, so this is give this idea of floatiness and how do you say? Okay, and this is different, right? You don't have exactly those danger areas, but there you see there is this tiny way to get, and it's open. Yeah, and there's a planet, right? Very huge planet in very close, right? Gas planet maybe, not sure, but and it's circular, so pattern repeated here. There's a corridor that connects, right? So this looks like something more industrial, right? Because of these things that are not exactly accessible by people, or not visitors at least, more like engineers and people that work, operate in the place. So this is more like a cozy spaceship, right? So probably something like this that I would like. This image I got from Pinterest, so very difficult, took a while to get them, but I wasn't particularly looking at them, it just happens. So what we need to do here is to try to develop, yeah, so you see, I tried to do something, but I was very poor in ideas. So this is actually this object is, I'm gonna delete, but it has a it has this thing here that is a mirror modifier in all directions, right? I tried to do something circular, but okay, it failed. So we don't want this anymore. We need, and this one is the core, so maybe we can keep this one. Actually, name, so junk. We're gonna duplicate the junk though, because we want the setup here, but I guess we can delete. Yeah, we can delete pretty much everything. I don't like this. Let's get this stuff. So here we're gonna call it like bridge, yeah, bridge, and we're gonna get, it gets the modifier, so we need to start we'd better do this with a planet, right? So let's do, this is an asset space, right? It's good to have the character as a means of, you know, reference of proportions, right? Mostly we don't need this setup. The scale also matters for the here there are some bones which are not accessible. I need to I picked this, another one, show all. This is an operator from Bone Manager. I have a problem here to, because there's no operator here to, like a solo thing, and or hide everything, just maintain this one. So this is annoying. or if there is, I need to learn urgently. Alright, so what we're gonna do is that... Oh, this was... the bridge here. We could do some circle, but I'm okay working with this. I don't need a perfect circle. We can create them from... So I want this to be here, right? Snap to, yeah, it's already snapping there, so yeah, with code arc there would be hundreds better ways to do this. But I like this one. The cool thing is that we can edit this. It's very editable, malleable, right? It just has trouble with something when you want to collapse things in the center. Yeah, that can be very ruinful. Why you have this? Okay, this because we... probably you don't need this, yeah. You just created that. Maybe we can just cut this out. Yeah, let's add an asset. So this is why you need to learn the asset library, or if it's important to learn the asset browser system. So all these are in the same folder. If you're not familiar with this, then here it is. So basically I think it's in build, right? You need to set up a system file path. So this is a project. We create new project. So this is the same project that all these things are nursed in 5 hours. So asset library. This is not the name of a real folder. This is just the name of a inside Blender system content for the asset library. So here that is the path of that which becomes a folder. So the name I think doesn't need to match, and the main importing method I decide to set to link, but the default I think is append reuse. Yeah, no, link. So relative path I don't know, I think yeah it's the default. So and then once you have this this I think are other stuff, then we need to start to add content to these folders. These contents are blend files, image textures, Python script files, and stuff like that. Not, but essentially Blender files, blend files, and each blend file can be that are there needs to have an assigned to asset library content. So for example, in the rig model file of Dorothy, which we can access from this in this case that add-on that I've mentioned, free extension, right? Edit library, edited linked library. So Dorothy currently, this is not an asset. So white is not an asset. So let's just click the whole collection and mark as asset. So that will make this character available. And of course this blend file was saved in this folder of characters, 01 underscore characters, and this is just my organization, doesn't matter the name of the folder, but this folder is inside that big folder that is targeted as a path directory to this. So because this file was saved here, Dorothy rig model, and I have assigned the whole, this is how we linked rigged models, right, to make a collection for armature object and meshes. The widgets can stay away. Yeah, that's good. They don't need to come together. The grease pencil, this is for, right? So essentially costumes, anything, mesh sides, proxy, anything that you're gonna use. For some reason the bone widgets are smart, so they can be, they travel, right? But they need to be in the file here, right? Unless they are linked from another file. I'm not sure that works. Anyways, here they are exactly here, but they are not in the collection. And then we assign this entire collection, and that is a technique that allows to combine multiple objects into a single asset, and then for the asset browser. So that means that if I return now, I think there's nothing, maybe there are some materials which in this character that are also, that were also assigned as, hold on, probably on the body, for example. Maybe I've, in the materials, maybe you have some assigned. Yeah, so for example, this metal dark was firstly created in this character, is for the jacket, or maybe not. Maybe it is a mistake. Oh no, this is a 02, so I don't know, but it's working here. This probably glossy red, it comes from this character and is assigned to the, so the same idea, the mesh, the rig model is here. Even if those mini assets inside it, they can be linked as well, because then you can link them separately. And these ones are not assigned because they are too specific to the character, but we could, to this unique character. So maybe we could assign them, but I think this is not necessary. So just assign what we really, and then of course we can do something crazy. This, not sure how they are handling this. We can have a file with other assets, for example, to bring certain materials. So maybe these materials, they could come from another blend file linked here. So you link the material. So I'm not gonna show right now, but okay. So this is, now that we fixed that thing, we're gonna return. But now this file was as linked not to the asset library, so I'm gonna disrupt this because we're gonna make it different. Delete hierarchy. We're gonna, fortunately there were not any pose here, so what we're gonna do is this way. This time we're gonna do this different. You see the file asset browser here, shift F11, shift F1, sorry. Then characters, this is not folders, but this is organized here. We need to refresh. Actually we just want this one. So this I've created sort to mimic the folders, but not exactly the same name as the folders. So in this group here we have, oh, I forgot something. Okay, so we need to, I've deleted the file, so I cannot open here. Have to reopen the file, real folder here, real blend file here. We need to, I just forgot to get the asset browser here to get this character, not anywhere here and assign, but actually get it to here. And we are gonna bring it here. Yeah, so now I have two cards here. We have Dorothy and Natasha, which for some reason need to update this, but she's here. Yeah. So now we gonna save this. We can leave this there for now. We are going to open scenery Cozzy Shuttle, and here she is, Dorothy. This asset, not sure why it is here. Maybe we need for other stuff, or doesn't. Not sure if it comes with the character, but you're gonna just link it here. And now we're gonna reset this, but this is not ready. You see this strange icon here, so right click, mark, no, not this, no, never this, not for double this stuff. Select and content, so this is make library override, right? Make selected and content, just right click the entire thing, and then yeah, now we can move, we can rotate the object, and we can, of course, we can pose and everything. So now this is linked through the asset browser system. Yeah, but there are some stuff that were left badly selected, like you see some things there were as they were left. So here, for example, we don't want this. We can, with the library override, make selected and content, we can adjust this. There's overwhelming clots here, so we just make this, and now we get the good stuff. So it's the same that we had before. And just to show something cool here, you see that I don't have assigned this bonus, root bonus, like it's getting on my nerve. Let's fix this. So essentially you got the add-on, the extension, item tab. There it is. I think it needs to leave, go back to object one. Edit object override library. Let's click the armature object, and I forgot, I already deleted the old armature, so I have to find, I think it's root, widget root, I don't know which ones. Now this is an older one, so we have a root here, and this one is the new one, so okay, we could use this. I think a bit too small, so let's augment this one, maybe something about two is fine, yeah. 2, and then yeah, here and here maybe 2, and now I save and look at the match. No, I don't need to save, but okay, save by default. Nothing else to change here. Then we go back to the, check this. And let's do something else here, like this. And then we go item, no, object mode, return to our original file. And what we find is that here the root widget was finally updated. Something there, I don't know, didn't update, but right, this thing didn't update, but that's fine. We can still change it here. So this, yeah, we cannot select this object. Maybe not too bad. Yeah, because this I left as it was. So you see. Maybe we'd like to be able to edit those things, so in order to do that we'd have to return there, then let's enable this. Maybe we enable, yeah, let's leave this stuff like this, and yeah, that seems good. Then it will auto save because there's an option for that. And now yes, I promptly, no, they are not. Okay, so the objects, they are not, we cannot really edit them apparently, because I think there's something about the library, the linking stuff. Maybe we need to do more steps to enable those things, but usually we don't need that, right? Just the armature, at least this, yeah, for posing. So what we need here is, okay, you see this was left as I wanted. So some things are a bit mysterious, but overall, so that maybe is a good introduction to the asset library system, just in case. So here we're gonna, it's very funny to create projects with that when you have ideas, right, to work with, inspiration and the disposition. So here we need the planet, so let's add a big planet here for the, so see, let's get here something. I have scenery, landscapes, and we have, yeah, even some galaxies. Now let's planet earthly, so you can, what you can do with that. So this also needs so this will be in environment, and you're gonna make, yeah, select and uncount. Maybe just select is fine for this. Then we can, I don't know, scale this by 10 times or 100 times, and place it like groundly. Let's click anything here and period. Let's make, yeah, unfortunately the planet will be not be, I think we need to, I scale it times 10. I don't know where it gone, where it has gone. It's clipping, yeah, this is clipping. View, this will clip, okay, this is very annoying. 4,000, yeah. 10,000, so it's still not, of course, it's still not big enough. Probably we need this could make everything too heavy, right? But anyways, we don't need to be, is that the screenshot there were, at the screenshot, that particular view was very special, right? But we don't need to mimic entirely, right? We can get something. There was another one which the plan was not scale 0.1. Yeah, something like this might be already good, right? And we can cheat, we can have another view for it. Yeah, this already gives enough inspiration, right? In the other, the planet was at the top left right corner, right? Yeah, so this gives this impression of falling, right? So it's very crazy. Very crazy things in this space, right? If you think. And indeed, you can fall into, not into the space, but into the planet. If not, start orbiting it. That would be worse. Alright, yeah, so this is Versailles. We would have to have a really large plane for curvature too. But okay, we don't need the perfection things. Let's get back to... Oh yeah, so you see, very large stuff. How this opens up also is very important. I don't want to make this. There are many bridges which are circular, and this one particular is cool. There's so I think we can populate these corners. There is other stuff, so there are plenty of stuff that you can do, right? So first of all, let's see something about the scale here which intrigues me. Like if Dorothy would find herself here. So there's no things here open. We don't see any structure here except from here and before. So this structure before from this angle already gives the idea that there is a structure, but it's like so she'll fit how many Dorothys? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say 3 with a bit of space. Not with the arms, right? Just some approximation. Yeah, so we're gonna make this. Also, this is bad for the centralization. I keep losing. So this is one problem with this depth thing, as will become a nightmare if we keep doing this. So there's this option can be very dangerous. There are some propositions to improve this responsiveness to prevent this kind of accidents. This grid, do you really need this grid, or is it just distracting too much? Possibly is the floor actually, yeah. Oh yeah, this is good. I think this is easier to manage. It's more symmetry. Yeah, I'm passionate about symmetry. So we could probably something was weird about. Yeah, so I have some wrongly positioned stuff, but this is like it's not really important. After I've rescaled, right? As I mentioned, this doesn't need to be perfectly circular, I guess. Will be distorting. It is good that it will be in the beginning to be able to, but too late. Here. So this is the stuff that might be sometimes difficult to handle with this kind of mirror. Maybe we need some light, right? Just not too many. And also this wireframe, let's use a theme, yeah, no. Of the object color, yeah, maybe that. This seems a good adequate space to start with. The idea that seems to, yeah, you have to break the symmetry at some point. One idea is that those, how do you call this, zeppelins, right? You have this kind of semi-open flying machine, right? So this, it's a bit of the, there are some interesting concepts of. Okay, then we could use some sort of stuff to, could be different object, but here we have the symmetry, so we're gonna make some sort of tube stuff. Actually, this could be achieved with a yeah, so we're gonna do the following, folks. Sorry, I'm warming up still in this. So merge at center. No, not that. Let's merge at here. At last, we're gonna make this point to be a modifier with this mirror. On top of that, we're gonna bring the skin modifier, right? Alt S, no. Control S, no. Alt H, Alt. How does this scale this stuff? Alt S, Alt A, Control A, Control A. All right. And then we start to do this. Shift Z. Extrude Shift Z. No, let's go back. What happened? Okay. Unmerge. And of course we can do, for example, from here, extrude. And get all this stuff and Control A. We can probably get some sort of smooth shading, and there is a amount of boldness that is welcome. I want this thing to be maybe, yeah, around. But yeah, it is difficult to get anything too good here. It already seems not good. And of course we need to make some completion here of the structure. That will be more interesting. Yeah, so I can't grid fill this, so this is an annoying part. We can do something like active SC0. There we go. There is this portal thing, right? And this is, yeah, this is very bad, right? Not very inspiring. We need to expand the size of the entrance, maybe. The architecture, like its composition, right? It's very important. Super hard. I think it's like very complex, right? You see, there are some presentations about architecture and urbanism, right? Architecture, I'm passionate about this subject, but it's very expensive, of course. Those things are for state, right? And people engage with societal. It's very philosophical at the same time, artistic and philosophical, right? You need to understand how, visualize what the environment, how it can affect society's development and mindset, and yeah, it's completely crazy. Of course, when the city exists already, well, it exists. It is there. It's concrete. If it's good or bad, lead design, or there are some. So the architects something here in Blender, of course, or art drawing and stuff like that. We can conceive stuff and imagine, but create. Here we'll have, okay, this is a problem. We need to separate this, right? So, of course, we don't want this object to have anything like that. So we're gonna close this thing. Let's review. Yeah, oh, very wide corridor, right? Very interesting. And open on the top and circular, yeah. The corridor is almost as wide as the room or the bridge, right? So it's like... very interesting. You see these details. I'm not trying to copy, right? I'm trying to make something. And maybe now it's a bit too large, right? But it might work as well. I've made this. Let's see the character. Maybe the corridors are almost, yeah, there's about 3 Dorothys. If there's the center, then we'll have like 1, 2, 3, something mostly about this. Yeah, we're getting the concept, right? And so what about this stuff? Yeah, they are very low, right? Very curious. And they are curved here, but this is no surprise. You can make these things different. What's happening here? It's like I'm not able to pick the vertices. Oh yeah, I need to be vertex selection, right? We can bevel. No, bevel doesn't work. Do we have something? No, here, yeah, there is here, but it's not necessary because it is the front. We don't really see what's going on here in these corners, right? I could develop this in many ways, right? So I want to see if we can make a mix, right? A blend between this and this, because this idea of this room, yeah, this doesn't have ceiling, right? This has a ceiling. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna try to bring this back. Maybe we get if D. Maybe the back part we have to ignore because it's causing some trouble. So we're gonna... No, actually what we need to do is pick this one. We're gonna separate this, of course. And we're gonna... Yeah, so to solve this, we just need to mirror global Y there and Okay, so just gonna apply this and gonna shift D and apply, and then we're gonna delete this one, start to edit some of this. We can probably simplify a little here. And so we're gonna extrude here towards the center. This part is very interesting. The maybe we should start with the ceiling. Yeah, so I'm gonna shift D. And we're gonna yeah, we got this one, so extrude. I need to enclose this thing first. Let's get the soundtrack, folks. That crap of YouTube that keeps canceling my soundtrack. Alright, folks, let's return here. Yeah. So this imagery, yeah, we are getting to see if this is open, the ceiling, or not. This is what we're gonna inspect. If we want this opening wide like that, circular. No, it's probably not circular. Somewhat an arc, yeah, because arc is like mythical, right? You see those Egyptians and then many others, Sumerians. I love those architectures. And so yeah, we need this kind of arc. We can build it from this thing here. Wrong stuff here. Yeah, we're making this to save time. Usually I like to create the topologies connected, but sometimes it's just stupid, right? There are better workflows. And so we're gonna make this thing more economical like this. Yes, doesn't seem very good, right? Yeah, first they are, yeah, you see the very thin stuff. Not this one, these are bulkier. There we have some thin stuff. It's an open structure. It remembers this kind of Centre Georges Pompidou. You see, it's an Italian, and I think a British. Two partners, architects. I think at least one Italian. They build in Paris. It looks like a structure which has some sort of exposed structure, like the pipes, everything exposed, just like probably inspired by industrial stuff, right? Petroleum, oil stuff, refineries, and stuff like that. So the shape of the arc, we could do a lot here. We could make this sort of an elvish thing, like with lots of ornaments. This I've already done in other projects for of this kind. It's not too complicated. Actually, we could create another. Let's use this, like Shift D this, and I'm creating these objects and not naming. We have to find how to. It will be better if I had materials for everything here. But anyways, so here we got what we can do with this. We can just delete some stuff. I don't want the. I need some root here. So what we want here is not to create the mirror, just the X. Yeah, so here I'm gonna go for the ornaments just to, because it's good idea to, why not have it right now? Something is super lagging here. I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, I'm the final render mode. Maybe it's because of that. Well, I'm streaming also. But it shouldn't be. Of course, we could do something here with let's bring this to the. We can add a subdivision surface modifier to this. Which is not shown because of the simplify, yeah, but now it is. Yeah, so the idea is maintain, give this some sort of interesting mythic shape. Has already changed everything. I'd like to make it more alien. It's a bit too geometric here, but that's yeah, they don't need to. We could align everything, right? At the very center. Other refinements in the end. Of course, materials, right, will be the best thing here. Um, if we start to work with that, but I have no... So here we're gonna link some materials. Gonna delete this. Let's bring this one. And for some reason, okay, there it is. It's too dark, right? So it doesn't respond. And anyways, we're gonna need okay, what you could do is parent this stuff to an empty for now. Empty for a group of objects, it could be this thing, yeah, so we can temporarily hide this. Keep transforms. All right, so everything there is here. So what is this? So this is the corridor. This is the portal sign, symbol, yeah, portal, whatever, ornaments. Then we have this, it is mini corridor, yeah, or path, I don't know. Which purpose right here, it's probably gonna be useless. Yeah, or we could stack here and get this effect, which is not too bad. Yeah. But I'm thinking of augmenting the size of this. Let's make another of this. Moving it here, enlarging it. Parent this to it. Even some light. For example, we have a spotlight somewhere. This one, yeah. So for example, this one can also parent to this. Well, no, the lights. There's another way of parenting them, but light for a specific room, yeah, we can parent it. Then we make a child of this, another empty just for the light. So this is like empty bridge. I probably need some ladder to cover these organizations. Empty corridor. Yeah. So let's make some crazy tests here, folks. So basically we got this stuff which is start to get more interesting, right? We have Dorothy. We're gonna bring her into, gonna bring the planet. We're gonna find how to, yeah, I need to enclose this thing. Let's see the normals here. Yeah, lots of bad stuff going on here. I'm doing this if I can solidify for now. I'm a bit unsure how the solidify will work with my extrusion. I think it... Oh, I see what it does. Yeah, okay, so this will be interesting indeed. Like circular things really have some elegance. Very circular thing. I don't know how to conclude this part. We'll need vision from other direction, we need more inspiration. or just more time. I don't know which is the correct side. This could be a bit confused because of the solidify right now. Yeah, because there are some faces which are the normals here. Let's try to find this. This, yeah, so this is what we need here. Okay, so start to connect some interesting ideas here. I also like the fact that this seems to be like we don't know what's here. It looks like some kind of area that is open, but there is some maybe some niches there, operational machines, like a hangar or so. I don't know, that we can make some space here. That can be interesting. At the same time, this will keep going. The problem is that this portal, yeah, there's a lot of more space behind it. Now you're ending too soon as here, but yeah, this is different, right? Although there's open space, but there's a portal. So also interestingly, there are some connectors, right? We need, I think it's time to make those connectors. And curiously here there's just in here there's no connector, right? Because there's no ceiling. We don't want this. So we want to do something more like this, but we got the portal. Then here, this counts as portrait. Ah, looks like they are asymmetric. Maybe they move, rotate. I don't know. But there's an asymmetry. I haven't figured this out. Some very weird structures there. Yeah, the asymmetry is very good too, but we're gonna how this connects. Okay, there's it bypass. Oh, there's a floor. Okay, a secondary floor, tertiary floor. Then we have some structures, and then this goes on and bypass. There's diagonal stuff there. Okay, so it's like we have something that would be well, it's exploring possibilities here, right? This is actually, it's not on the ground. I was mistaken. This is like floating, right? Something like this. Maybe I'm copying a little too much, but no, we're getting a fairly different thing. I'm doing this tunnel here because I need to see what I can do about this thing. Why double cuts? Ah, I see why. Because I've extruded very badly. Okay, let's hide this face here. Let's try to move this up. Okay, so this is the question, very important question, what to do with the ceiling of this place. If there is any way to leave it open, if there's any advantage, or if it's too high, if we make more like I think this part here has a problem. It is too close to the interesting. But no, unless we could will there be any purpose to do that? Interesting idea, but no, it's not what I want for now. We're gonna build more stuff, more ideas, platforms and stuff like that. For now, what we need is just -1. No, 1. Not good for the composition. Also not good. We don't want this crossing thing. If it's... Yeah, it's invading too much. No, we might want it to stop here indeed. Then do something else there. Let's bring this ceiling down a little, because yeah, it starts to get interesting. All right, let's see what we're gonna make in these places, right? This is too blank and it's very boring. Need to do something about. Yeah, probably here actually we need to build some another symmetric. Okay, let's. There's oh yeah, I've got the idea here. We could do something different. So too close. Yeah, nothing to do here. I need to put this further away to not be in the center, or I had to push everything back. Yeah, I'm gonna adjust that later. Yeah, we need some Shift D, apply, take this off, and now here's not sure how this will end, but I want to leave some. Gap here. Okay, it's doubled. I think the grease, yeah, this thing is annoying. Let's not allow it to be. All right, this object here. There we go. It flips some in the process. Yeah, this thing is not really working. Maybe I need to do something more about it, something better about this. How do you do this? Something about reaping. Yeah, not very convincing. But could something like that could work. Maybe this could be the symmetries is a problem now. Like I would like maybe only on the other opposite side. Of course, there are a lot of plausible setups, right? Yeah, so now the symmetry is very problematic. Probably need to apply this stuff. Maybe I can make a backup here. And just to how do you call this thing? Hand whatever. This I've created but I dumped. Yeah, we're gonna apply just this one. Add mirror just for the X clipping. Yeah. Yeah, so now I can do a lot of crazy stuff like on demand. Yeah, so this is very nice. The symmetry at some point was wow, even some more crazy stuff. Okay, but let's not exaggerate. I haven't checked the, yeah, it's very bad, of course. I'll have to fix this. Of course, this needs to be adequate for the character design, right? This is a bit weird. Yeah, actually there is something about their Dorothy's sheens. They are a bit too elongated, so there's a little problem here that I've already addressed. So in the model sheet of another character, when I was trying to make it reuse the template, then I've made some essays and I was able to figure out that yeah, there's some need of fixing there. And of the sheen. So maybe not too much. Yeah, maybe a little of the many parts of the body proportions. It's a the 2D to 3D adaptation. Lots of surprise. I thought for a long time I was doing well, but no. There's been a lot of change. Okay, so now with that, let's take a look if anything matters here. I need some materials here. I don't know which ones, but we're gonna start with this stuff here. And let's bring a material for here. So I have these two. Let's make two of them. Yeah, we're gonna. Okay, no, this is a mistake. Great. We lost. Okay, so gonna. We have two materials here, but we're gonna make some changes. This pattern is not bad, but it's not what I wanted. Let's remake this. Oh, to be fair, this is not too bad, but too dark, right? You want something. We need a new one, right? So for all this, we're gonna get some metal, or maybe we have some. Let's try this thing. Not sure this will recreate any pattern. Maybe it's too bright. The value is not. Oh, we haven't bring it at all here. Yeah, I'm not gonna play too much with the UVs here. Let's accept something like this. These lights, of course, what we want to see is this finally, right? Everything too dark, right? I need some more exposure to.
Tem muito mais para aproveitar.
There's a spotlight. Yeah, we can. This is interesting to get some textures. Just around it. And this is not. In this particular case, this won't bring any advantage. So
Com YouTube Music Premium. Podcasts.
oops, wrong. Where is the planet? I want to see how it looks like. Oh yeah, it's this sun might not require any shadows because it's like a global sense, like an exposure of everything there. Yeah. With shadow, it could create a lot of anomalies. Yeah, these things that is not necessarily required. This kind of yellowish pattern, I don't know. Right now it's a bit disturbing. It's like a boring. But we can't say we're not getting an interesting view now, somewhat. Okay, we're gonna inspect the... Oh, what's that? The camera also needs clipping 5,000 kilometers. A lot of patterns stuff. Yeah, the texture that we're gonna make in the floor and all that. No, spot. Let's not spot. Yeah, spotlight. Exactly. Yeah, so you have the sun, the spotlight, you have a generic, and then some specific lighting that we need to... Yeah, so imagine, even though this is not like the super equivalent of never of hand drawing, hand painting, all that, like you see where the storytelling comes in, right? So that is what matters, right? I've seen a lot of stories also when I was younger or even a kid, like a lot of storytelling. It means it's more about telling the story with however you can, and not caring about, of course you need to care about, but the let's say that the media, mainstream media, society has destroyed the, like not destroyed, but it levels things too high in one direction that is inhuman. Yeah, so if I was more intelligent or less traumatized by that, I would be just like a kid now, making... I would not be doing all these tricks here, and maybe I'd just be drawing because I know how to draw, and making drawing web comics. And but no, I wanted to reach some other... I want to approach some sort of storytelling, narrative quality that even I won't say that I got. But this research, which takes years and even decades, even the whole life, right? Which is normal, right? It's art, but live for the art. work for the art, not do art for work. So basically, is of course an engagement, a reason for existing, right? And then we must be careful, especially independent arts, or let's say if you're a hobbyist or even a professional that doesn't have time to make your own personal authorial projects, artistic projects. So yeah, it is very important to not fall into the temptation, right? And it's very hard because the patterns are already established somehow, but it's only the artist who can define what is the and it's not, of course, simple. Sometimes you have to revise what really matters. Okay, so here we have a full black and white. We could try to ignore, and we could also get some sort of, yeah, everything here we can tweak actually and see if we get anything better. For example, here this multiply, maybe we can, this grainness is too much because of some I don't know what is causing all this besides the material. This grain here is interesting. So this color, this not half tones, but the way some texture, some stuff are displayed, right? Some surface are displayed is very interesting sometimes. Like it really looks like, oh, this is the thing. No, this is not causing too much grainess. Yeah, no, this is the material. It just looks like some printed stuff, right? Grayscale printed stuff. So some stuff combined very well. This is mostly image texture. So you see that can work very well. Let's see what happens if I establish that view layer. It's very simple, it's just one button. Yeah, of course it's good to see colorful stuff, but color is like maybe at some point I'll resume making back to colors, right? But for now I'm interested in this aesthetics and see if I can. It simplifies certain stuff at the expense of some, yeah, because color, like yeah, I've been through. It's like it's very good, but then everything gets more complex. So for now, I'm gonna try this. Yeah, let's also get this and see what happens. We're getting some transparency stuff there, which is not interesting. Yeah, so we're gonna disable this one. The mask is just not working. Yeah, because yeah, the whole character gets, yeah, we need to mask this better. Maybe a softer ambient occlusion would not be too bad for this one. This one is interesting, right? Ink, yeah. Black and white. That will be combined with this, right? Maybe I need to change this material. Has too much speckles. It just yeah, I can augment this multiply. Ah, this is better. Yeah, we got, so see, by tweaking this, everything we can get. Some patterns will sort of be repetitive sometimes. And now when we bring this, it's a complete different story, right? Probably can do something different here. They changed how this appears. No, I want this one. That you can do, try directly to affect the material. That is, some materials which are not really working very well. For example, for sure here we could, yeah, let's try to give some crazy stuff here maybe. UV, yeah, we need some UV stuff. Yeah, it's a bit too bright. So this material is not very good already, we see. That's why we want really something super bright. This is actually, yeah, so this is emission. We could use this for part of the floor, right? Sorry. Yeah, so I need to substitute some materials here. Yeah, what's the simplest thing we could have? Maybe this. No, maybe this metal patch. Oh yeah, this is object. Yeah, too much details, right? Not good here. This is a darker carpet that could work. This sometimes is interesting. No. Let's use the... Oh yeah, there's the brown. Where's the brown? Yeah, this one. Exactly. Just this, I need to find another one. Just checking what craziness. It's always funny to see what these materials will do in the with the specific compositor. And this is way too dark, right? But it's interesting. If I could make this rounded, it will be better. But for that we need to fix the topology. No, not working. Okay, something like this works. Oh yeah, now it's beautiful. Even though we don't have colors here, the simple fact that this procedural texture, or some of, yeah, most of our procedural, are making all sorts of crazy stuff there. And this whole thing, although we need some more lighting here. We don't even, we're not even seeing the ceiling, right? So it's maybe it's a bit too high as of yet. From this distance, fine. The problem is that we won't be looking mostly from this distance. Still not on the point. This part here is too big. We need the reference Dorothy to be closer. Okay, so for the floor, this is okay. Could be slightly more elevated. These ones certainly would need to be. Now this is too close. Okay, let's delete this for this might be a bit too repetitive, right? So let's try something else. Fortunately, I have a lot of this, but I have trouble with metals, right? not quite. Could be interesting in this one, right? I think there's no light. This patch metal seems interesting. Yeah, that's quite alienish enough. That's a good one. We could also have for these ones. Seems a bit, no, it's a bit too repetitive. Let's get instead a yeah, just this for now. And for the ceiling, okay, here it's gonna get something interesting. Okay, first let's get this one anyways. But then we're gonna bevel this. Okay, great. We're not getting this to work. Now we got. Or we could get also something like... Alright, except that we are not getting... Okay, then we need some structure to make some stuff here, like GGC. Yeah, so working with this solidify is very annoying. So those structures are very crazy in that design. They are. Not even sure this happens. I think it doesn't happen, or I don't remember. Yeah, it connects. It's like a pillar in this case. So yeah, it has another kind of structure. Probably I should apply this solidify. It's just causing a lot of problem here. Topology wise, it's pretty confusing. Yeah, so it's symmetric, so I have some gain here. And but we have some problems with topology here anyways. I think would be nice to have here as well. I don't care about the alignments here because it doesn't need to. It can be somewhat of an alien structure. Even it doesn't need to be straight. I don't know which curvature is the best here. And then okay, forgot one structure here. Yeah, I love this kind of low poly designs. That of course we can then use a subdivision. I could be using already, right? Subdivision surface modifier. I'm wasting a lot of opportunities here to make more with edge creases even. That would be nuts, right? Like, for example, if we add for this stuff, okay, let's get, for example, all this. Make sure select all edge crease. Let's say 1. And subdivision, okay. It's already by default using the use creases. All right, but then we can, for example, pick those. Some stuff here, maybe per material, I don't know. Maybe this top part. And expand. So we could get maybe up to here and get here negative crease 0.5. Of course, need to turn off. Yeah, simplify. And so here you have a smooth thing that has on top, but then and it can have some parts more sharp and other smoother. Yeah, this part is sort of very disrupted. Yeah, we need a lot of things to fix this center. Let's go back. Oh yeah, these are probably the mirror. Okay, I'm gonna merge some stuff here. Nothing to merge, so alright. I don't know what's happening. Here. My shortcut there. Was looking for the gizmo. We're gonna try to solve this by just align this all at once. Assigning some materials for this. Yes, 0.5. There might be some stuff weird there. I don't know what it is. It's just some intersections. Yeah, probably just that. There is something looping. Okay, I think this is the back faces. No? Okay, then why can I... Yes, that's it. Yeah, although not very perfect, this can be a can receive maybe some materials like this. This is not for animation, so these are sort of maybe a bad idea to. We can simplify this with just maybe this thing. Yeah. Yeah, this can work. Yeah, this is fine. This material is not working well for this. We need something circular, right? Some circular pattern here would be nice. The topology is not gonna help. I haven't figured out this was like this so wide, but yeah, that's. Oh yeah, this is better. And this we can get. Yeah, very distorted. Yeah, the other are also distorted. Let's do something else here. Okay, this is happening also because we need edge creases here also. Good, now this is better, but I don't like this thing here, so this is too big, right? unless we did something like it's too annoying. Yeah, let's use something else here. If they were not chaotic, that could be nice, but no, let's find metal patch. This is already no. Maybe this stuff, yeah, we already got this one. Yeah, this one fits well. Maybe just another variation here. Not sure this will work. Yeah, no. And what are those things? Yeah, we need to readdress. Yeah, this is not good. We need to find more. Maybe we got some rock here. Yeah, like it can work. Yeah, it's not, could be metal, but it is usable. Let's try another. This one is too bright. Yeah, there is this one. Okay. This one might work. We're gonna also make another. Yeah, after I will handle this. We are dealing with slightly different topologies here. I don't like that. I like to fix this, find a single pattern for this stuff. Alright, so we do have a something here to start some. Yeah, that will lot of minute adjustments, right? But essentially this is already working. We got something that can work as a bridge for this project. Yeah. Let's see now about these lights. What happened to the spot? Doesn't seem to be. I see what happened. It was... It's going out of nowhere, like it's represent this or you could have like double lights, not sure. One just like here is should be enough. Yeah, although you have a lot of exposure, it's not responsible for this. Okay, let's leave as this. And we have okay, so one of them is, yeah, they are equivalent. Let's just use one if possible. So this gives an amplitude of an idea of the amplitude. However, this gizmo, however, and we need to do something about the rest. I don't like this, how this stuff is designed. It's hard to understand. I prefer the spotlight, but again I leave a power of 100. Now okay, this normalize. And we're just gonna blow up the explosion. Yeah, not. It's very dangerous. Yeah, maybe I need to use like side lights. Maybe point is like not very good right now, so let's not use this one. And instead let's get area. Even maybe more than one area, so we can get like this lateral more cinematographic effect. Yeah, it more dramatic. Try to just illuminate what could be more interesting. Where disc. No, let's use a square for now. Yeah, and something like that. And then we shift D. We're gonna reset. Let's try. Much lesser intense. Much less intense one. Okay, so here I think it's the same idea of this other. This doesn't do much unless we bring the exposure. No. I think this should more illuminate the character. Without the character in place, it's on a specific frame. It's difficult to predict where to get good lighting. Yeah, and I don't have pose assets, so it's not a lot of time wasted. Need to do something about that. I have already, yeah, I have the main rigging features for that, for certain pose assets, right? Seating, yeah, some basic. I need to make a small investigation. Which kind of pose assets would be good for this kind of scenery making. Yes, this is already better. Then let's just see if we can play with the maybe a point light. I got an idea. Maybe this one we can bring to the back, so these entrance get. Yeah, this is not gonna be sufficient, but we got something of slight interest.
Em anúncios.
No, I forgot to adjust this one. Yeah, now that we have it close to the. Yes, okay. Power 50. Yeah, whatever. Let's get this and see now with this lighting. So a very fast render. Yeah, I have something in the face. The camera depth of view also needs to a lot of things to adjust. Yeah, this is a bit time soon, but this is just the beginning. This first day I'm building this part. If we consider lost day of some tests dumped, so we got here and it's already mostly usable in my opinion. We could have better assets and some machinery, more sci-fi details. Yeah, so this will take a bit more time, but yeah, this is a very good progress, like a base mesh with some good ideas for shapes, the architecture. Still think maybe there's little, yeah, something in the middle here thing can be improved, and it seems a bit too tight. Okay, what is looking for? The camera, right? Field of view. Right, I have exaggerated a little. Okay, although you have a lot of problems here, I'd like to fix, yeah. But the style of the rendering, right? The textures I'm focusing on. Yeah, except for this part, yeah, the light is, this material is not reacting very well to the lighting. Maybe we need to improve the global sun. Yeah, no, also it's not too bad that it is dark, it gives another effect, but it's not what I want for these usually. Yeah, so a few easy fixes here. Now what? Let's delete all this. What's happening to Oh yeah, this does have the same. It's wrong. We could use other compositors tests to try to see what we can do with that, right? But the focus here is this. Maybe we can give less value to the floor right now and more interest to the ceiling. Yeah, at this point. And then we go in the compositor to test. The pose is not very good. Need to improve the the artifacts in this. I was able to find a special technique. You see the finger doesn't want to pose. I found special technique to that, at least for certain aspects of the auto IQ option, will prevent accidents. Unfortunately, I can't use it for all the features in the body, but it solved one major issue I was having with the fingers. Now we can't accidentally pose them. Not sure about keyframing though, but that'll be another question, another interrogation. Yeah, the silhouette is terrible. This kind of angles that, besides there's a lot of camera deformation. It was a good, interesting at first glance, but we'll need to hide, or this is why I'm trying to readjust the character design, even maybe changing the the head proportions, to see if I can get a better. Yeah, now the silhouette is slightly better for the face, but we lost the good. Let's look for the compositor. I don't have the lights still. Yeah, never mind. So yeah, this doesn't. It adds some dithering. It's okay. Yeah, it's too much, right? It's a film grain thing. Yeah, so base, right? Default thing. So here you can control the overall. Brightness, one way, right? Yet another way to do that. There are some other interesting color separators that can come in handy for yeah. So for example, there are too much black everywhere. So if in this case, if I reduce this, we can perhaps here we can, on the other hand, Right, so now we get more interesting. This is smoothing out, so it's not too much to change here. And then some. Yeah, and then we got. Why this is not okay? We need to. Slightly making it a bit more bluish. But this one is still good, but this one, yeah, why not? Unfortunately, some materials are still looking very bad, but we're getting good textures, right? In the character, the hair could be more detailed. We can find something more adequate for it. The material is could have some sort of stuff like this. I don't know, something that will give some. It's a big area, right? So I'm gonna save as a like as a result, but I'm not gonna use it for sharing. We'll need to make more other tests to improvements, right? So this kind of shot. This one is kind of nice. The cowgirl. So of space. Some interesting, crazy interesting lightings there. So same here. If we go back here and try to see what we access. Yeah, I haven't touched any other elements like the lights yet, but this one even we could reduce a bit more this one. So this seems to be the workflow pattern, right? Remember, I'm not doing this for, in this particular case, for animation. I doubt that will be too bad for animation. The render is fast, right? Okay, and here not too much change, right? Yeah, we would have needed to adjust the. Oh, I was using the wrong one. Strange. Anyways. Yeah, very little grain thing here that contributes. Oh yeah, here. Oh yeah, look at this. So this one in this shot. Actually this is. You see where the jacket starts to get good with the bumps. So there are a lot of interesting thing to work with. Yeah. I never knew this one, so we can get good results sometimes with, but yeah, then it's too bright elsewhere, right? So you need to be careful still. But in some places it's very good, the pantyhose. Yeah, so the frustrating part is that really it's very hard to get the the lighting correct respond. Yeah, the material shading respond to the lighting and get good compositing. But it is there are a lot of things that work, and lots of results are pretty interesting if we. When a good result comes, it's really, really very interesting. I don't think it's updating my render. But we need to have a clean memory or lots of notes or indications, because it's very easy to, like, sometimes there's a tweak that we do that only works for certain specific cases. Very hard to track down or memorize, and if the thing is too complex, so it's good to train and try to find the what really makes biggest difference. Sometimes we can simplify, and like for example this thing I think I can dump at this point, never use anymore, and no reason to, right? And then start to see what we can tweak, what is majorly important for tweaking, that okay, this will make big difference and it is free to tweak because we're gonna be tweaking it all the time anyways. And some things are a bit different, like I don't know, for example this one, probably this we usually would like to leave it at maximum, so we don't touch this, or we touch barely. So there are things that are more manipulative, sometimes more than imagine. Actually this is a card, you know. Interesting. Okay, and why this thing is here if no, it's in the wrong position. So this like grayscale base, black and white base, and soft grayscale, yeah, with ease. Two other concepts, so they very nice, right? To combine this, that's super. This is an art form, right, folks? So when you add something like this, it's garbage, right? So, but what we could do here is Well, not garbage, it's cool, but I think here what you can experiment is something like a mix. Let's try something. Let's see how we can work with this. You see, these are going here, but the problem, this is very, very interesting, right, for me. Look how graphical it looks like, right? It's just this stupid constant here, but on blacks and grayscale, right? And good lighting. So what we need here is we're gonna use a mix. And so you see, this will kill all that, or most of it. It still give other great stuff on side, so it's great, but sometimes we might want something more organic. This is too printed stuff, like right, this grayscale, too artificial. It's very, very nice, some patterns, but there are this is also very interesting. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna, okay, we'll accept this, but we're gonna actually bring this to a mix instead of a multiply. And then what we do is that actually what, no, it is wrong. Okay, so hold on. We got this and we got this. And now we're gonna make a switch. So that we can decide. There are few different ways to make switches. And here is one. At the bottom, we go for the mix. Oh, hold on. No, this is incorrect. It's actually this. Exactly. So it's a bit more tricky. So one. Yeah, so these are the options. In one, we combine this with this, and then we get this. On the other, we use the mix to combine. Yes, so this is already an advancement of these two, right? So it goes on B and this goes on A, yeah. So no big mystery here. And so with this mix, we can have good mix. So ink artwork mix, yeah. And this is not half tone, light tones, gray tones, how do they call it? Soft tones, I don't know, mix. So here is a maximum, but we would like to, maybe the mix is not even the best here. There could be multiply, right? And this, yeah, let's see. Overlay would be my, no, not sufficient. Maybe if we invert here. Yeah, but the results are not. Yeah, this will be, I think, mostly the same. Right, let's try color burn. No. Value maybe. Add is too bright. Screen. Lighten. Soft lighten then. Soft light. No. And then linear light. Oh yes, so something like linear. Okay, so this is a very specific case. Yeah, because we are the linear light I've been noticing. It's very good. It resembles some, like it's burning totally to the black on white, right? It's like very disruptive, but in this case it's exactly the kind of thing that we want. It's not, it's very harsh, different from soft light. So linear light is like, so yeah, ink. Let's just ink linear light. And yeah, we could say that this, despite, yeah, the background could have more grace. Look at this Xerox burned. Very beautiful color. No, gray is not a color. Okay, and then we have some color finally, which can make something great. Alright, I like this one. So could play forever and keep improving, but this is already, there are, at least to remember, there are many interesting things. Yeah, so here just found another tweak. And I start to collect. It's very important to remember the setups and the things that make it happen, because sometimes we tweak so much and we change the scene and stuff. We just, I've lost lots of stuff, but by doing and redoing, you start to learn, figure out what are the things that tends to make good stuff happen, right? So patterns. And so losing stuff sometimes is not a critical things. And so as long as you keep training. So here it's very good to be able to reproduce this. And so now I get in my mind that, okay, we need this combination of right, constant with ease, but, or linear, but then this, or any soft stuff actually, but then we need to do this with a way that will not bring this soft stuff too much, multiply, or in this case linear light. So they're very great uses of both are very, very nice in my opinion, both results here. Yeah, fantastic. We could go further. We can actually mix them or multiply. Let's see. Let's start with the mix. No, not this one. Okay, let's say we... Okay, we were using this one, right? But then we're gonna... I'm gonna do another switch here. Switch of the... Switch, I guess. Ah, now I'm getting to get the best of both worlds, right? Because this is very, very bright. This has softs. And here we gotta... Yeah, so the extremes and a middle term. Yeah, it's not like... Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It's doing some... But probably the mix is garbage. We need something better here. This will be a bit tricky to find. So there's an interesting thing to learn, right? You find something, two options that work. Why not merge them, right? So it's not clear which should come first here, according to, depending on what we need here. This always confused me, so I'm not totally sure what should be doing here. I never can... I've tried to read something. I need to study this a little more. It seems to... Even the mix, there is a difference of which one is on top and which one is on bottom. Right, so more linear light here would be bad, right? Yeah, it's very similar to the first with soft light. Not convincing. Let's exchange here and see. No, you see, not very good. So in this case, apparently this setup is better. But then let's see, value maybe. Okay, this is full of this. And this is full of this, yeah. Even if it's very slight stuff, sometimes it worth doing. If it's if we are bringing combination of stuff that are it's not convincing. Like, it's the middle term that it's hard to tell right now. It's not bad. Yeah, it's actually good. But it's hard to tell. Ah, this one is better. Absolutely better. Yes, here is better indeed. Yeah, when you compose. So this is actually good. Let's try to mix. Okay, the value is the same thing as mix, or almost the same, when combining these blacks, this grayscale stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so this could be a mix thing. No color here. No hue to. So this could be go a bit crazy. Sometimes it's funny to test. Yeah, we are able to test with the final colors if we get the mix here or the remix, right? Light in here is actually, we're getting somewhere here for the remix. Yeah, it's not too different than this actually. Yeah. Screen. There's a slight difference between screen and lighten. Overlay will be too dark, like multiply. It's darken, certainly. Color burn could be good on certain circumstance. Ah, now the two color burned. We could use the factor, but this is a bit more conceptually weird. Color dodge. No. Add, yeah, so add, I already checked. I'm looking at some patterns here in the pantyhose. If you can get a bit more shading there. Yeah, like there's destroying too much, right? And here, but then we got too close to the, yeah. So this is nice, but this is also too nice. So I think the screen, the lighten on the screen and the mix and the value, yeah, they are. I'm just more unsure about. Okay, screen, no, it's very hard to decide. Okay, looks like the screen is, no, is an intermediate. Light is very soft, and we don't want maybe that. Okay, we're gonna mix. It's mix or how they call mix or value remix. There's nothing I. and then you get something like this, which is like next level, right? If we just can get better shots, better, so it's just hard work now. And the lots of the basic settings are already working for the compositing. We have some better notion of lighting, the rig, right? So assets, so you need a lot of more stuff, right? Let's try something like here as well. Yeah, so what is it? Okay, some problem with the rig of the eyelashes. So the mission is, of course, to try to get everything like the rigged model, the scene with base lighting without playing anything and the compositing. The idea is to get as this one is pretty good, right? Is to try to get as good results without requiring to be making tons of adjustments, you see. So I really need to be finding what makes it works better. I already know that the materials, the tech, even the image texture, they matter a lot. Yeah, if it weren't for the artifact there, that would be very nice, right? But you see that compositing tricks, remixing. Wow, yeah, they are. It's not so too good, but the combination of some stuff here are very, very nice. So this is material, right? Procedural. Also, this is there's a glossy thing in the pantyhose. I don't remember if this is glossy or something else. The skin is not glossy. Yeah, this worth saving just for the. All right, folks. So we've got better this. So yes, I'm ready to make this stuff. I need to build a lot of stuff, world building and more characters and some storyline. So this is where I'm gonna be focusing. I'm satisfied with the way this this scene here for this particular I want to wait. It's a bit too dark, and I can make it cozier, and we space is dark, right? So it's kind of thing that looks like a Zeppelin area, like you could never been in a Zeppelin, but like as you can have some, you'd see the sky, right? Not the dark space. So I need to figure out maybe, yeah, the materials, everything here, something that will make this thing wider, brighter, and more cozy, right? And but it won't be much larger than that, right? So the references again, you see this is very large. There's just one person. This is very bad for walking or meeting, but you see there's this, despite of that, it's very interesting. There's the open space are all around circulating, right? You have a motion here, right? Composition, right? And the circular, or at least here, right? And then spherical, but and then you have these projections upwards. Could be, yeah. So we got enough from this. Yes. So here I like very much the way this corridor looks like. We want to see what's behind these things here, and very interesting, right? Okay, and this is some other ideas that just a few. Yeah, something that I might want to have for not particular. Some ideas that relate to all this, yeah, in some sense. Yeah, so this looks like a lounge thing. So it could be. Remember some carpet home. There are some things here, or yeah, there are some canopies there. So some interesting spot here for these computers. Oh, I think hold on. This is sports. It's a challenge, like maybe League of Legends, something like that. Just figure this out. Yeah, and this is like okay, it's interesting. Pet in the middle, rare, right? This is interesting. Then instead of the folks here, the workers, instead of the chief, no, they are looking, right? They are not like looking to a wall. So this is very interesting concept, rarely used. I think this is more humane. I like this, but it could be better. These placements are a bit weird. I don't think I can use this idea there, or maybe I can. Like imagine if we have this stuff, uh, right? If you have more space, you could perhaps place them somewhere, like here. Yeah, but this will be need to be larger. And also there are some structures that we can develop here that can be very interesting. But it's for the future or the near future. So, folks, thanks for watching. This was it for today. Take care. Happy blending. Thanks and have good luck on your projects. Happy blendering.